merely because an organization supports you, ignores your qualifications, and the broad range of support you bring to this. In selecting you as his nominee, President Biden undertook a transparent selection process. He sought the input of senators from both parties. Senator Grassley and I met in the Oval Room with the President. He invited us to proffer any nominees that we care to do. At the end of the day, the President alone chose you. He's put his faith in you to deliver justice at the highest level of the court. I share that faith. In announcing your nomination, the President spoke to many reasons that you deserve to sit on the High Court. He noted the perspective you'll bring as a former member of the Sentencing Commission, as the first justice since Thurgood Marshall, with considerable criminal defense experience, and as the second current justice, only the second, to serve as a federal trial court judge. He also noted your upbringing and the fact that you come from a law enforcement family. Yet, despite that shared family experience, despite your record, we've heard claims that you were, quote, soft on crime. These baseless charges are unfair. A conservative National Review columnist called claims brought by one of my colleagues, quote, meritless to the point of demagoguery. They fly in the face of pledges my colleagues made that they would approach your nomination with civility and respect. And fact checkers, including the Washington Post, ABC News, and CNN, have exposed some of these charges as falsehoods. Critics have even stooped to accusing you of sharing the views of the clients you represented, even though they know that your work as an attorney was in service to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution's promise of effective assistance to counsel. With law enforcement officials and organizations, including the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and the Fraternal Order of Police have endorsed your nomination if you were soft on crime? Of course not. I'm confident the American people will see through these attacks and any other last-minute attempts to derail your confirmation. In closing, I want to share the words of one more Illinoisan, if you bear with me, a rather famous one named Abraham Lincoln. In August 1864, at the height of the Civil War, President Lincoln addressed the 166th Ohio Regiment. Lincoln said to the soldiers, and I quote, "I happened temporarily to occupy this big White House. I am living witness that one of your children may look to come here as my father's child has." Judge Jackson, we are all just temporary occupants of the Senate, the House, even with a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. You, Judge Jackson, are one of Mr. Lincoln's living witnesses of an America that is unafraid of challenge, willing to risk change, confident of the basic goodness of our citizens. And you are a living witness to the fact that in America, all is possible. I now recognize my colleague and friend, the ranking member, Senator Grassley.
Judge Jackson, congratulations. Welcome to you and your family. I thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office after the President nominated you. Since President Biden announced his nominee for the Supreme Court, I've been encouraging my colleagues to schedule meetings with you, Judge Jackson, and they have come off. In addition, I've continually emphasized the need for a thorough, respectful process by the committee. Now I want to talk a bit about what everyone watching should expect from this hearing and what they shouldn't expect at the hearing. We will conduct a thorough, exhaustive examination of Judge Jackson's record and views. We won't try to turn this into a spectacle based upon alleged process faults. Good news on that front, we're off to a very good start. Unlike the start to the Kavanaugh hearings, we didn't have repeated choreographed interruptions of Chairman Durbin during his opening statements, like Democrats interrupted me for more than an hour during my opening statement on the Kavanaugh hearings. What we
Who the
will
fuck
do,
you think you
however,
is?
ask tough questions about Judge
Is it there?
Jackson's judicial
Man,
watch.
that's slow.
The
Darn,
Supreme
dang,
Court
damn it.
nomination. The most important thing that I look for is the nominee's
talk about
view
this
of the
no
law, judicial philosophy, and view on the role of a judge in our constitutional system. I'll be looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed to the Constitution as originally understood. We all know there's a difference of opinion about the role judges should play. Some of us believe the judges are supposed to interpret the law as it was understood when written, not make new law or simply fill in vacuum. Those of us who share that view think that under our Constitution, Congress and not the federal
There
court
he is. If
are
we
given
could.
the authority
Thank
to make
you.
law and to set policy. Now, there are others who believe that the courts should make policy. They believe in a so-called living
Yeah, I know.
constitution.
I
They
decided to
think
keep
that
it
the
this way so
Constitution's text
they don't know
and
about much
structure
what's going on.
don't limit
That's
what
it.
a judge can do. To them, deciding what the Constitution means is really a quote-unquote value judgment. Under that approach, judges can exercise their own independent value judgments. One of the leading
Why the hell they
advocates
be
for
like
this
that?
approach explained that as a judge, you quote,
Every
reach
time I
the
run out of
answer
faith,
that essentially
they wanna
your
know.
values tell you to reach, end of quote. In other words, those who subscribe to this philosophy think that the founders really meant to hide elephants in mouse holes. Then, with a bit of creativity, these judges can always find that elephant. That sounds like a good job description instead for legislators and not for judges. But for at least 4 years, Democrats systematically voted against many well-credentialed nominees that were diverse professionally, diverse geographically, diverse
I bet you is
religiously,
one. What there?
diverse ethnically. Was it racist or anti-women for them to do so? I don't believe that it was. Democrats did it because the nominees didn't agree with living constitutionalism, just as Republicans have opposed nominees based upon their judicial philosophy. There are lots of problems with living constitutionalism. In the Senate, we spend a lot of time writing legislation. We argue over the language. We negotiate over how broad or narrow certain provisions of laws should be. If we can't convince our colleagues to adopt all of our ideas, we have been known to compromise every once in a while. We depend on judges to interpret laws as we write them. If judges impose their own policy preferences from the bench and essentially revise the laws we pass, it makes it harder for us to write good laws. Sometimes we need to include a provision that's very broad to get a colleague's support. If a judge rewrites the law later because of vague notions about fairness or equity or common good, that unravels all of our work here in the Congress. More importantly, the American people should be able to read a law and know what it means. They shouldn't have to ask how a federal judge who disagrees with the law could reinterpret the words on that page. All of this leads to the conclusion as to why we must carefully examine federal judges' records, especially Supreme Court nominees. Judge Jackson has served as an assistant public defender, worked in private practice, and served on the United States Sentencing Commission. She also served as a federal district court judge from 2013 to 2021. She served on the D.C. Circuit since June last year. I'm sure senators will have a few questions for Judge Jackson about the two opinions she's authored since joining the D.C. Circuit. As for a district court record, there have been some accusations that we cherry-picked some of Judge Jackson's criminal cases. Well, don't worry. We're going to talk about other cases as well. Disappointed that we weren't able to get bipartisan agreement to ask for Judge Jackson's documents from her time as vice chair of the Sentencing Commission. The commission is an independent agency created to advise and assist Congress and the executive branch in the development of effective and efficient crime policy. And that's a quote. Unfortunately, it sounds like we'll have to wait until those documents are required to be released, and that will be about 20 years from now. Democrats have argued for time. Democrats have argued that Judge Jackson's time on the commission is an important part of her experience that she'll draw on as a judge. The Democrats are right on that point. That's why it would have been good to see what her views were as the head of the commission. Explained in a letter to Senator Durbin, the public documents turned over to this committee represent the consensus views
That's
of the
right.
commission and not necessarily
Just right. There it is.
Jackson's own views. The Obama White House sent us roughly 68,000 pages of material, but more than 38,000 of the 68,000
Why you
pages
say
are repeated copies of emails, threads that keep the track.
that? Ain't no damn day. It's I. It's
about the Garland
we
nominee.
crazy. He ain't crazy.
Contains
Then
just
did I
one
do this?
page
It's not done.
about Judge Jackson. More than 13,000 of the 68,000 pages are just lists of previous nominations. So that leaves only 16,000 of 68,000 that we received from the parent, obviously useless, like all the other documents we received. But for comparison, the White House has still withheld 48,000 pages under the presidential records and FOIA exemption. Now that's a lot of hiding. But the limited
So-
number of useful
No, we ain't
records
done.
that
Say
we
you
received
know.
from the Obama
If
White House
we done. Not about Hanson. 32, there it is.
there are a number of dark money groups on the left
I
that
don't
argue
know
federal
why
judges
you
should
keep
make
yelling from my
policy
lips
decisions
instead of doing
based
something
on
about this.
judges' own value.
Where is
I
these
talked about the
employments where Marquita
troubling
just show
role
up
of
and
left
work
dark money
the
groups
damn
like
job
Divine Justice
to
have played in
arrest
this
these two?
administration's
If
judicial selection
Recrat, instead of her
When,
hearing they slow asses
The
with some
Divine
religion.
Justice
If
was creating
do
a
you
short list
just
of
say
President
that?
Biden's judicial nominees from, or putting out new litmus tests. They're
Yes,
running
yes.
ads,
No, she
campaign,
telling you.
uh,
Then-
campaigns.
Then who
attacking
is these
the independence of
Mexican
the
garages and
judiciary.
her tippers? That
They strongly
I
supported
tell her
the
yes or
so-called
true. If
progressive
Recrat,
prosecutors.
I said there it is.
Crime waves in cities like
Because
San
the first thing they
Francisco,
want
Philadelphia, Boston,
it's
and
something
New York,
Marquita
Los
ain't got shit to do with.
Now, what does that have to do with the nominee before us? The Obama White House records indicate that a co-founder of the Demand Justice played an important role in Judge Jackson's nomination to the Sentencing Commission and the District Court. The Demand Justice co-founder even interviewed Judge Jackson about the nomination to the Sentencing Commission. It would be helpful to know what Demand Justice co-founder learned from that process and why they strongly support Judge Jackson. However, it hasn't all been bad on the document front. I want to make clear. We'd asked for briefs that aren't available online for DC Circuit cases Judge Jackson worked on as an attorney. At
Do you
first,
think
we
we
were
dumb?
told
I
they might
only
not
want to
be
know who do I
available
mail them to
for a few weeks.
for me to have to correct.
But
If
to our present
Recrat, just
surprise,
say
we
that.
received them early, apparently because the White House had asked for the documents as well. Judging by
Okay.
timetable,
And
we
I
were
have
originally
a
given
budget. You do not have a
50
fucking budget.
days
Just
that
say
was
that.
paid after she was announced. Now, those
To
documents
do this,
concern Judge Jackson's time as assistant
this,
federal
this
public
don't work.
defender.
But they don't have to do
Democrats have
shit
accused
and
Republicans
still get
of
paid. And
vilifying
if the shit
nominees
don't
who
fix
have
shit,
represented
whatever the
criminals
fuck it
defendants.
is, if we crazy.
Just
Just there it is.
not the case.
The job
And I
duty.
think that's
If
a very unfair
that this
Previous
shit.
Supreme Court
Say
nominees
that.
have also represented criminal defendants on appeals.
Do this shit.
Chief Justice Roberts was appointed by the Supreme Court to represent a defendant in an important criminal law case, and he also helped represent an inmate in a Florida death row. And Justice Barrett represented a criminal defendant appealing their conviction while she was in private practice. Now, I've distinguished between two types of nominees who have worked in criminal cases. There are Bill of Rights attorneys who want to protect defendants' constitutional rights. Then there are what I've called criminal defense lawyers who disagree with our criminal laws. They want to undermine laws that they have policy disagreements with, and of course, that's a very important difference. Just a year ago, well, maybe it's now 2 years ago, Democrats had no trouble opposing nominees based on arguments these nominees made on behalf of clients. I could read off quotes of Democrats doing that to Trump nominees, but we only have a few minutes for these opening statements, and I've run out of time. On a final note, during Justice Barrett's confirmation hearing, Democrats said that she would, quote unquote, judicial torpedo, aiming at protections for pre-existing conditions. We heard that argument repeatedly. Conservatives and anyone who actually looked at her record and laws said that that was strictly nonsense. But Democrats were sure otherwise. Well, when that case was finally decided, Democrats were proven wrong. I'm sure that won't deter any of my Democrat colleagues from making some confident predictions this time around as well. But the public record should remember their track record and perhaps take those claims with a grain of salt. They were wrong in their strong declarations how Justice Barrett would rule. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to hearing from you about your record, your views on the law, and your judicial philosophy. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Yes,
Next
yes.
is the President Pro Tem of the Senate, the former Chairman of the Committee, Patrick Leahy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Judge Jackson, welcome. It's really good to see you again. You know, today and actually throughout this week, the committee and the country are going to hear from Judge Jackson. She's been nominated to be the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Any nomination of the court is historic. There have only been 115 justices in our nation's history. Judge Jackson's nomination, of course, is historic in more ways than one. Her nomination, pending a confirmation by the Senate, will bring us one step closer to having a Supreme Court that is more reflective of our nation. One with diversity of race and gender, background, education, and experience allow all Americans to look to their court and see in its justices a reflection of the American people. Judge Jackson, you know, with your presence here today, you are writing a new page in the history of America, a good page. Who the president nominates and the Senate decides to confirm to our federal judiciary, and especially our nation's highest court, that's extremely important. The American people, our constituents, and their faith in the courts, that's central to our democracy. They lose their faith, then democracy loses.
That's true.
The decisions made in our courts and ultimately in the Supreme Court affect the daily lives of each one of us. Fundamental questions about, for example, access to health care, the integrity of our elections, the fairness of our criminal justice system, the preservation of bedrock environmental laws, protections for workers. These issues and many more are routinely decided by the court. Every American must believe that the court is going to be impartial. They must believe that our courts are not a mere political arm of the executive or the Congress, but faithful only to the rule of
Do
law.
you think we dumb?
The stakes in democracy are simply too high. Let's make a few things clear. Judge Jackson is no.
It's Beyonce.
She
They
just
said saying it.
She is not a puppet of the so-called radical left. She's been praised by Republican-appointed judges for her jurisprudence, lawyers from the right and the left who appeared before her in court have called her judicious and even-handed. For us in the Senate, I tried a lot of cases in trial court and then courts of appeal. That's what I wanted, somebody who was judicious and even-handed. I didn't care what their politics were. Judge Jackson is not anti-law enforcement. She hails from a law enforcement family. She's also one of the support of preeminent national law enforcement organizations, including the National Fraternal Order of Police. And no, she's not soft on crime. Her background as a federal public defender would bring an informed perspective of our criminal justice system to the Supreme Court. I'm proud of being a former prosecutor, but confidence in my prosecution of a case was strongest when I knew the defendant had the best possible representation. When both sides and the presiding judge have a real grasp of our criminal justice system, that's when justice is most likely to be done. So I would say that Judge Jackson's background is not a liability to the court. It's a much needed asset to the court. And since her nomination, again here today, we've heard about the long distinguished record of Judge Jackson, graduate of Harvard Law School, a judicial clerk at the district, circuit, and Supreme Court level, a federal appellate judge, a federal
Yes,
district
she
court
is.
judge, a member of
I said, what are
the
they?
U.S. Senate
What are they?
Commission, an
If
attorney in private
Request
practice, and a
that
federal public defender. What a resume. All these experiences and perspectives have provided her mastery of our justice system.
Do you think we dumb?
And that's in
Yes,
particular
yes,
the
there it
criminal
is.
justice system.
Should I sit there, Mel?
If she is confirmed, she'll become
So
the
what is your
first
purple
ever
ruler? What? We
Justice.
crazy.
to
Yes,
serve
yes,
as a
yes,
federal
there it
public defender. That's an important experience given how much the court shapes our criminal justice system. I say that from my experience as a senator, but also my experience for nearly a decade as a prosecutor. And perhaps most of all, it is Judge Jackson's nearly 10 years as an appellate and trial judge to underscore the experience she had bring to the Supreme Court. She was confirmed unanimously by the Senate in 2013 to the D.C. Circuit Court. She served with distinction for 8 years. She issued more than 500 opinions. She presided over a dozen trials.
Do you think we dumb? Fuck you. Just say this in the back. I'm not dumb. I gotta answer if I don't say shit.
Just
say then we got apprehension. Do you think we dumb?
That's what Americans
Just
want to
say
see
this.
in the
Then
Supreme Court
just
justice. Years of so-called judicial wars have left Americans feeling like our courts have become increasingly partisan. The extreme interests of pressure groups on both sides of the political spectrum have left the American people wondering if they get a fair shake in our courts. And
Don't
yet,
write
in this
down all the
moment,
people I
we have
think are
before
dumb.
us a unique opportunity to change that narrative. I'm under no illusion that we can mend this process overnight. But we have before us a nominee who's brought us together across party lines before, and one I hope we can bring us back together again. The Senate can change course, return to how we fairly and objectively evaluate nominees. We can do that with a highly qualified nominee we have in Judge Jackson. Now, as Chair Durbin said, I'm the president pro tempore of the Senate. I'm a former chairman of this committee. I've participated in 20 prior Supreme Court nomination processes. most leading to confirmation of a small handful not. In fact, the first justice I voted on was from your state, Senator Durbin, John Paul Stevens. I supported nominees from both Democratic and Republican presidents. And in Judge Jackson, I found a distinguished nominee with an unassailable record that merits our respect regardless of party. I believe the American people see it in what I've come to learn in my review of her career and her life story. Her nomination is a reflection of the arc of our democracy. The arc that bends towards justice, as Dr. King once said. Although it fits and starts with every generation, we have sought to become more inclusive, more representative. We look to citizens, civic leaders, elected representatives, and yes, to judges to strengthen our democracy, and to recognize that our strength comes from our diversity. Judge Jackson's story, her nomination today, is part of the evolving story of America. So, Judge Jackson, I want to congratulate you on this nomination. Despite all the darkness in the world, and the political brinksmanship has unfortunately become the hallmark of Congress in recent years, your nomination actually fills me with hope. Hope for the court, hope for the rule of law, hope for the country. One need look no further than the chaos, the devastation, and the inhumanity halfway around the world in Ukraine to know how precious our democracy is and how precious the legacy we have in our independent federal judiciary. I need look no further than my own grandchildren, all of them, to know how necessary our fight for freedom, fairness, and equality is. The independence and impartiality of our courts, of the Supreme Court, our cornerstone of the great experiment is the United States. And you, the American people, have a nominee in whom they can be proud. We have before us an historic moment, and I hope we can meet it as senators. So I look forward to your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Leahy. Next is another former chair of the committee, and Senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, congratulations. Well-deserved honor here. You have worked hard all your life, and much to be proud of.
But like your ass up.
In the past, and I think it's good for the court to look like America. So count me in on the idea of making the court more diverse. And in the history of our country, we've never had an African American woman serve on the court.
Just that.
But I also said I didn't get much coverage. I want the court to play a particular role in America. One is make it more look like the country, but also make it operate in the confines of the Constitution. That didn't get a lot of coverage. So the hearings are going to be challenging for you, informative for the public, and respectful by us. I hope we can meet those criteria. It won't be a circus. We're off to a good start.
Yes, I know.
Chairman Grassley couldn't get the first word out of his mouth.
Then leave her alone.
Well, they shut down the place, so that's off to a good start. Most of us couldn't go back to our offices during Kavanaugh without getting spit on. Hope that doesn't happen to y'all. I don't think it will. As to the historic nature of your appointment, I understand. But when I get lectured about this from my Democratic colleagues, I remember Janice Rogers Brown, the African-American woman, that was filibustered by the same people praising you. I remember Miguel Estrada, one of the finest people I ever met. Completely wiped out. Didn't make it to the gang of 14, whatever gang I was in. I've been in so many, I can't remember. He didn't make the cut. Well-lived life is completely ruined. So if you're Hispanic or African-American conservative,
Then
it's about your
we gotta
philosophy.
create. See, if we crazy.
Now
It's
it's going to be about your philosophy. The bottom line
How is
here
this not
when it is
important?
about
If
philosophy,
crazy.
when it's somebody
then
it's about we're all racist.
if a goddamn
ask hard
terrorist
questions.
attack
It's not
occurred,
going to fly with us. We're used to
and
it.
all
We're
I
fine.
gotta do is look at
It's
photos.
not going to matter a bit Anyway, we're gonna ask you what we
I
think
could be
you need
saying
to be asked. And Senator
on
Hall,
the internet,
you need to ask her about her
Payroll.
record as a
if
district court.
regrets,
You should. I
and
hope you
like
do.
what happened to
We'll see
Marquita,
what she
stop
says. Very fair.
your disability check.
Now, President Biden had a choice here, and he has every right to make it. Elections have consequences. He had many qualified African American women to choose from. He chose you. Michelle Childs, a district court judge from South Carolina,
Yes.
supported by Jim Clyburn. That was in the mix. I think it came down to about 2, 3, 4 people. Don't know for sure, but that's what the press was reporting. And when it came to Judge Childs, this Arabella group's in her White House. You talk about dark money, you may be onto something. This Arabella group is funded by Soros and some other liberal billionaire. They got
Of course
so many
it is.
groups
One
under it, I
reflex.
can't name them all now.
Shirley.
They basically said
Then
if
we
you
got
get
clearances.
you
Then
have a
do you know who
primary.
this is?
The FLCIO said Judge Child was a
I'm not
union.
retarded. I'm not
So
asking.
the left
Then I
against
said
Judge
this.
Childs
Then I'm not
was
retarded.
pretty vicious, to be
I'm
honest with you.
saying this. Yes,
So
you're not.
say,
No, I am talking about this. I said there this. Then just there this.
Well, somebody on the left leaves you do. Or they wouldn't have spent the money they spent to have you in this chair. So we're going to find out how that statement holds up over time. A viewer's guide to this hearing. She will be asked about her sentencing practices as a district court judge, and she'll have a chance to explain her reasoning, and you can make up for yourself what this means. But it's good to be asked. About her legal views. I'll ask her about the law of armed conflict and her view of the law of armed conflict. The fact that you're representing Gitmo detainees is not a problem with me. Everybody deserves a lawyer. You're doing the country a great service when you defend the most unpopular people. But I do want to know about your amicus briefs after you're no longer a defense counsel weighing into the Supreme Court about how they decide law of war issues. That matters a lot to me. I think it does matter that the groups that came to your aid at the expense of Judge Childs, how did that happen and why were they doing what they were doing? What is it about your nomination that the most liberal people under the umbrella of Arabella threw in their money, their time, their support? Judge Childs. I want to know more about that. I want to know about your judicial philosophy because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you were the best bet. And I want to know why they reached that conclusion. Maybe there's no explanation you can give us, but we'll talk about that. Now, when we say this is not Kavanaugh, what do we mean? It means that Democratic senators are not going to have their windows busted by groups. That's what it means. It means that no Republican senator is going to unleash on you an attack about your character when the hearing is virtually over. None of us, I hope, have been sitting on information about you as a person for weeks or months. You come into our offices and we never share it with you to allow you to give your side of the story. We wait to the very last minute when the hearing's about to be gavel concluded and say, oh, by the way, I've got this letter. And so happened that every media outlet in the country had the letter too. So the next morning there were headlines all over the country, really, accusing Judge Kavanaugh of being basically Bill Cosby. None of us are going to do that to you. And if any of us does that to you, all hell will break out. And it should. The media will be your biggest cheerleader. They're in your camp. They have every right to pick who they want to pick.
So
there won't be this constant attack on you like Judge Kavanaugh and others.
Regrets.
Appointments. There won't be any questioning of where you go to church, what kind of groups you're in church, how you decide to raise your kids, what you believe in, how you believe in God. Nobody's going to do that to you. And that's a good thing. So you're the beneficiary of a lie. You're the beneficiary of Republican nominees having their lives turned upside down. And it didn't work. So I'm hoping that we can have a hearing that's respectful, that's informative, that's challenging, and President Biden has every right to pick who he'd like to pick. That comes with winning the White House. And I've been very inclined to support the picks of people that I would not
Better lock
oppose.
your ass up.
But this is a new
Say,
game.
say,
for the
say,
Supreme Court.
serious.
And this game is particularly disturbing to me. Because there's been a wholesale effort of the left to take down a nominee from
I'm
our
just
state.
saying.
And I don't like it very much. And if that's the way the game's going to be played, then I'll have a response, and I don't expect it to be reward that way of playing the game. Judge Childs would have gotten 60 plus votes. There have been people in my caucus that would have voted for her, even though we knew she would be a reliable liberal vote, because I and Senator Scott would have stepped up. Now we're facing a choice sponsored by the most radical elements of the Democratic Party when it comes to how to be a judge. They have the most radical view of what a judge should do, and you were their choice. And you'll be asked, do you support expanding the Supreme Court? I hope you can give us an answer, because it shouldn't be hard. Either you do or you don't. Justice Ginsburg said no. She thought if you just changed the number of the court every time somebody new came in power, it would ruin the court in the eyes of the public and make it a joke over time. I agree with that. So I hope you can give us an answer to that question, because I think the court would be better off if the judges stood up for the court. If the judges told politicians, don't play this game to the court, because
Well, I
every
wanna
time
do
nobody
this.
wins.
I'm
So
saying.
congratulations. It's going to be a couple of interesting days, and we're off to a better start than we have been in the past. And the one thing I can promise you, you will not be vilified, you will not be attacked for your religious views, you will not be accused of something that you could not defend yourself
Better lock
against
your
until
ass up.
it's too
Say,
late.
say, serious.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by congratulating you, Judge Jackson, on this appointment. I've reviewed the records of a number of judicial nominees during my service on this committee. This is actually the 10th set of confirmation hearings for a Supreme Court nominee that I've participated in during my time in the Senate. And looking at your record, it's clear that you have the qualifications and the experience and the knowledge needed to serve on the Supreme Court. And as a woman, it makes me very proud of that. As we begin these hearings, we as senators take seriously our constitutional duty to advise the president on his appointment
Who
of
the
a new
fuck you
Supreme
think you
Court
is?
justice. In the current term alone, the Supreme Court is addressing cases on issues that are foundational to who we are as a country. Let me just give you 3 examples. The court is considering a woman's fundamental right to control her own body and make her own health care decisions. It is considering the legal authority of the Environmental Protection Agency
Better lock
to
your
fight
ass up.
climate
Say, serious.
change. And it's considering whether states have the power to enact common sense gun safety protections. As a former mayor, I saw how these problems affect people, everyday people, on everyday streets throughout my city and then subsequently the state of California. This is not your first time at this. In fact, it's your 4th time in front of this committee. The full Senate has already confirmed you on a bipartisan basis 3 times to serve as vice chair of the U.S. Sentencing Commission in 2010, as a federal district court judge 2013, and as a federal appellate court judge in 2021. And you have done us proud. Each of the 3 times, the Senate has considered your record, your experience, and your ability, senators on both sides of the aisle have determined that you have the qualifications and the temperament it takes to uphold the values of our judicial branch. As I see it, those values are knowledge, even-handedness,
Yes, it is.
impartiality, integrity,
Leave.
respect for the rule of law, and fundamental fairness to
That's
all.
it. I
And
can
your
still have.
record actually shows that you exemplify these values. The Supreme Court is not a political institution. Rather, the court stands above politics and above partisanship, and we look to federal judges to be independent and unbiased. Judge Jackson, in reviewing your record, one thing in particular stands out to me, and that's your commitment to uphold justice under the law. This is one of the ultimate responsibilities of the Supreme Court, and your record suggests to me that you understand the weight of that responsibility. You've had several mentors early in your career who I understand were important in instilling these values in you as a young lawyer. One of those mentors were Justice Stephen Breyer, who you served as a law clerk and to whose seat on the Supreme Court you have now been nominated. What a treat for you to see that happen, and I know for him as well. Justice Breyer has been a thoughtful and even-handed judge throughout his career. So you have learned from the best, and you have brought those lessons and that dedication to equal justice with you throughout your career in the law. You have strong credentials. You're a graduate of both Harvard University and Harvard Law School, a former Supreme Court clerk, and you have served as a federal judge for 9 years, most recently on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District Circuit. These are impressive credentials, and they are also familiar to those of us who have reviewed numerous nominees to the court. But you also bring experiences that are less common, especially at the Supreme Court. The first is your service as a federal public defender earlier in your career. If you were confirmed, you would be the first ever federal public defender to sit on the court, and the first justice since Thurgood
Fuck
Marshall
you.
with significant experience representing low-income defendants and criminal cases. I believe this is very significant and important because as a former public defender,
That
understand
doesn't
the
just
power
mean crazy.
of our constitutional rights, including the Sixth Amendment right to counsel and the Fifth Amendment right to due process. You also understand the effect of law and the law enforcement system on the most vulnerable. And I believe your 8 years of expertise as a trial judge on the DC District Court is very valuable. So, if confirmed, you would be one of only 2 former federal district court judges serving on the court, the other being Justice Sotomayor. I believe your perspective
Fuck you gonna buy it.
will serve you well on the court. You've been responsible for implementing the precedent set by higher courts. And because of that, you understand the need for clarity in legal opinions, for achieving consensus wherever consensus is possible. And that has been your record. It's important to have justices with a broad set of views and experiences on the Supreme Court. And I believe your background and your experience will only serve to strengthen the Supreme Court. I trust that my colleagues on this committee will recognize that you are unquestionably qualified for this position. I wish you well. I look forward to learning more about you over the course of the coming days. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Feinstein. Senator Cornyn of Texas.
Every time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, let me join my colleagues in extending a warm welcome to you and your family. Congratulations on your nomination.
That's it. That's all,
I
man.
enjoyed sitting down with you
That's it.
recently and talking about your experience as both a lawyer and a judge and how that's molded your views of our judicial system. In the coming days, I hope we can have a candid conversation about your record and your judicial philosophy. As I told you the other day, these proceedings will be thorough but civil. As a member of this committee, I've had the opportunity to provide advice and consent on 7 previous Supreme Court nominations. This is number 8. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to the way the Senate conducts these proceedings, and so has the American people. One of the best things I think comes from this process is I think this is a teachable moment that will remind all of us about the wisdom of the founders who wrote a constitution that made sure that our rights would be fixed and certain, so that these rights, whether they are the right to keep and bear arms or the right to practice one's faith, would be preserved from generation to generation. As you know, the founders established 3 separate branches of our government, a system of checks and balances, if you will. This was done for the purpose of preserving individual freedom and avoiding tyranny, and ensure that our government was ultimately accountable to the people, from whom all political power derives. Article 3, as you know, vests the Supreme Court and inferior courts with the judicial power. But the framers were very clear. The courts are not vested with a policy-making authority. According to our Constitution, courts hear cases and controversies and decide them. Nothing more, nothing less. That's an important distinction to remember in the days that lie ahead. Indeed, the framers envisioned that the courts would have a modest but very important role in our 3 branches of government. You'll recall Federalist 78, where Alexander Hamilton said the courts would have no influence over either the sword or the purse, and that it may truly be said to have neither force nor will, but merely judgment. Part of that judgment requires a judge to go where the law commands, whether or not you personally approve or not. And it starts with deciding cases as presented, not cherry-picking the facts or the law, and starting with the decision and then justifying it by the way, by cherry-picked facts and provisions of the law. While the framers provided that the president would nominate judges, the framers also set up a framework that allowed judges, once you are confirmed, to exercise independent judgment, free from elections and politics. And so these Supreme Court confirmation hearings are really the only chance we have as representatives of the people to vet somebody who will serve the remainder of their life. Unfortunately, there are some driven by ideology that want the Supreme Court to do more than what I've just described. These are some of the same people who tried to bully Justice Breyer into an early retirement. These activists demand that the court make policy and deliver results they can't achieve through the deliberation, compromise, and rough and tumble of legislative politics. And when the court does not deliver the results they want, they attack its institutional integrity and legitimacy. In recent years, these radical views have made their way into the mainstream. On the campaign trail, President Biden refused to disavow court packing. 2 years ago, the Democratic leader of the Senate went to the Supreme Court steps and threatened 2 sitting Supreme Court justices by name if they did not rule in a particular way. Dark money groups like Demand Justice have paid millions of dollars to promote court packing and sow public distrust in the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, as you know, recently warned of the crippling effect this politicalization of the court and its decision-making can have. He said, without the public's trust, the court would no longer be able to act as a check on the other branches of government and a guarantor of the rule of law, threatening the foundations of our constitutional system. Judge, I know you know that the courts are not designed to deliver particular policy outcomes or to invent new rights out of whole cloth. That's why it's imperative that we explore your judicial philosophy during this hearing. I will say I was a bit troubled that you have not so far provided us with much clarity on that matter. Someone as accomplished as you are, who spent years engaging and thinking about our Constitution and laws, has surely formed a judicial philosophy. This is not your first rodeo. You've had an impressive career, Judge, as a Supreme Court clerk, appellate advocate, and trial court judge. I like the fact that you've had such broad experience in our judicial and legal system. But there's still unanswered questions that remain. I'm a bit troubled by some of the positions you've taken and arguments that you've made, representing people who have committed terrorist acts against the United States and other dangerous criminals. As someone who has deep respect for the adversarial system of justice, I understand the importance of zealous advocacy. But it appears that sometimes this zealous advocacy has gone beyond the pale. And in some instances, it appears that your advocacy has bled over
See, we ain't returned. That's it. See, I'm not done. I'm preparing. Say, here's it. We went crazy. Say, listen. Then I sat there and I'm back ancient. Do happy parents. I'm back ancient. Do that.
And to this nomination belie that claim. To suggest that you're here merely because an organization supports you ignores you.
So then what happens? She said, there, listen. I'ma fuck the living hell and chew out of your asshole. If we crazy. Jetto or Whammo. Yes, it is Whammy. think we dumb? Still I seem dumb? Let me tell you. I got an answer. Do we think dumb? Ha ha. That's it. I'm not retarded. I'm not calling you retarded. Yes, she's not. When I do call you retarded, it'll come from my mouth and you will know that I am calling you retarded. Yes, she does, honey. Then do the say shit. Now we actually have sex with each other. They got reaction. Then if it does say that. I was gonna sit outside so that I can help Katanji and Beyonce act like, or Beyonce Censor act like it's the streets that makes it so they hear. It then becomes people we didn't just say we rap at each other from my sitting here lips. This shit is bananas. That's it. And she yells on my lips like she's somebody else for herself to tell herself not to say. She said this. Damn. Wait, I'm not dumb. I'm about to know this. She said this. Is it nobody to know or the same woman who called the person you talk from lips nobody? If I'm not dumb. She said this. Then this. Do
including the Washington Post, ABC
so
and CNN,
this country is false.
charges as falsehoods. Critics have even stooped to accuse you of sharing the views of the clients you represented, even though they know that your work as an attorney was in service to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution's promise of effective assistance to counsel. With law enforcement officials and organizations,
It's the same shit you don't want people
the
hearing.
International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and the Fraternal Order of Police have endorsed your nomination If you were soft on crime, of course not. I'm confident the American people will see through these attacks and any other last-minute attempts to derail your confirmation. In closing, I want to share the words of one more man, if you bear with me, a great Frenchman named Abraham Lincoln. In August 1864, at the height of the Civil War, President Lincoln addressed the 166th Ohio Regiment. Lincoln said to the soldiers, and I quote, "I happened temporarily to occupy this big White House. I am living witness that one of your children may have to come here as my father's child has." George Jackson and we were all just temporary occupants of the Senate, the House, even with a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. You, Judge Jackson, are one of Mr. Lincoln's living witnesses of an America that is unafraid of challenge, willing to risk change, confident of the basic goodness of our citizens, and a living witness to the fact
Yes, it
that
is.
in
I
America all is
am
possible.
under this
And I recognize
impression
that
that
Howard
I've
Confirmed,
already
the ranking member, Senator
formulated the thought, and they
Judge
know,
Jackson,
just like
congratulations.
you
Welcome
will
to
soon
you
know about.
and your
Yes,
family.
it does say. You
I
will
thank
know
you for taking
why,
time to visit with me in my
what I'm
office
talking
after the
referencing. Yes,
president
it is. Does say
nominated you.
that you were telling
Since
me that they are.
President Biden
Yes,
announced
that's
his nomination
Dude, we
to the
can't
Supreme
retype.
Court,
Now they
I've
know
been
that it is in
encouraging
your
my
brain.
colleagues to schedule
Can't talk to him
meetings
like
with
that.
you,
We
Judge
ain't
Jackson,
done. We act like we done things.
In
These
addition,
bitches is
I
crazy.
continually emphasize the need for a thorough, respectful process by the committee. Now I want to talk a bit about what everyone watching should expect from this hearing
They are to
and
help
what they
them.
shouldn't
Like he
expect
said,
at the
watching.
hearing. We will
This shit
conduct
is
a
retarded.
thorough,
Then
exhaustive
they
examination
actually ain't now
of Judge Jackson's
watching
record
them. If
and views.
this
We
be
will try to
you know what I'm
turn
saying?
this into a spectacle based upon alleged
You got a bunch of
process
fake
followed.
religious motherfuckers
Good
trying to
news on that front.
be
We're off to a
somebody.
very
They
good
can't.
start. Unlike the start to the Kavanaugh hearings, we didn't have
So she's hard of hearing, retarded, dumb, slow, can keep up with another person's pace, but when the person is on the same pace that is past tense, why the fuck her and Beyonce fucking mad? If we ain't retard, I'm keeping up with the old shit that I already fucking could piece to fucking together with how often y'all slow asses talk on my lips. If we retard, we act creative. Do the start of the goddamn confirmation hearing. If we hearing this, okay, I'm not done. Where I'm not giving a damn about what the fuck I don't give two
You
flying
understand.
fucks.
Thank you, Senator.
This is a moment, and you have
To
much to be
hear.
proud of.
To
I
me,
know you
to ever
members and friends
fucking ever
that
imitate
you-
shit about they slow
we
asses.
all
If
look forward to hearing
I
your
know you
reactions
ain't
and
doing
making-
shit on this motherfucking piece of
At the
paper, you
outset, I
slow
want to
bitch.
note that I was sorry Clarence Thomas was hospitalized
So
yesterday.
let's hear you where the
I speak for
fuck
all
you
members
always
today
at.
in wishing him a speedy recovery. Before I turn to my own opening statement, I want to briefly discuss events and the ground rules for the hearing. The committee has 10 minutes to make an opening statement. We'll go in
What would I be
switching
doing
between
right now?
Democratic and Republican senators. Who made their opening
Pretty sure
statements. We'll hear
bitches
from
playing
Judge Thomas
witchcraft
Griffith,
to have something
Professor
to
Lisa
talk about a
Fairfax,
woman
who
that
are
will
here
talk
today to
about her
introduce
fucking self.
Each introducer will have 5 minutes to
They
make an
done
opening
heard it.
statement.
Before
Finally,
you
we'll
say
administer
something,
the oath to
Clarence
Judge
and Corey,
Jackson, and she
it's
will make-
Booker. That
that will
don't
conclude
use my
today's
lips to
events.
tell me what the
Tomorrow
fuck
we'll
I
begin-
just knew.
For those sitting in the
Besides,
audience, welcome.
No less, shouldn't know
To be
shit
here to
no
witness
more.
this
If
historic occasion.
say shit into this and
Be
Cassandra Jackson
respectful and
is
quiet during the
retarded. Dude, say
Stand
fuck
up
you.
unless you're entering
Do
or
I
exiting
see?
the
Let's
room.
hear you say some shit in
Yes,
this damn
sorry.
audio recording.
Or distinguished members of the Capitol to sit down. If you refuse, you'll be escorted. Let me be clear. We will not tolerate any audience. Any disruption will result in immediate removal. I also ask that our audience be respectful of the members of the Capitol here today to ensure everyone's safety. With that, opening statements. Judge Jackson, as I said, again for being here today with your family. And the Supreme Court has a long and storied history. It's been filled by many superb justices whose contributions to the rule of law have stood the test of time. But the reality is have never really reflected the nation they serve. Met for the very first time of 1790 in the Exchange Building, and there were nearly 700,000 slaves without citizenship in this new nation of nearly 4 million. Neither African Americans nor women right to vote. There was no equal justice for a majority of people living in America. It's more than 230 years. The Supreme Court has had 100 justices. 108 have been white men. Just 2 justices have been men of color who have served on the court, and just 1 a woman of color. Justice has been a black woman. You, Judge, may be the first. It's not easy being the first. Often you have to be best. In some ways, the bravest. You're not prepared to face that kind of heat, that kind of scrutiny, that of the national spotlight. But your presence here today is to brave this process will give inspiration to millions of who see themselves in you. As I mentioned to you, I was at steps of the Supreme Court this morning to see the rally. And there were so many young African American women there seeing your pursuit as part. In other important ways, though, that the nominees have come before us. President Biden, because he knew your qualifications are outstanding. And he knows you. You've appeared 3 previous times and he confirmed with bipartisan support. And your professional experience tells us what kind of lawyer, what kind of judge, and what kind of person you really are. Your guiding found in your life and in your work that the Constitution for Americans, not just the wealthy and powerful, that judge favoritism, and that the judiciary must live up and above the entrance, equal justice under. So today is a proud day for America. We've come along 1990, and we know we still have to form a more perfect union. It's a moment, something that the late Illinois Paul Simon said to Judge Ruth Bader Ginsburg at her hearing. He said, "You faced you harsher judge than this committee, and that judgment is likely to revolve around the question: did she restrict freedom or did she expand it?" This statement time and again because it asks a vital question: Street Judge us. Judge Jackson, I will remember you as a justice who never stopped working to defend. But I also ask the members of this committee, as landmark confirmation
Do
process,
you think we done?
consider how each senator,
It's
as we face our constitutional
real.
advise and
Yeah,
consent. This moment also, I think President Barack Obama, another trailblazer, said, Illinois, when the late Justice John Paul Stevens, President Obama said, "While we cannot replace experience or wisdom, I will seek someone with similar an independent mind, a record of excellence and integrity, dedication to the rule of law, and a keen understanding of the daily lives of America." Much like Justice Stevens, cannot replace Justice Breyer. But with you, we have a nominee who embodies the same qualities as standing justices. You're independent minded and understand the.
Do you think I'm dumb?
Your record
Do that right there.
from championship debate team.
To you, it
from
was
senior high
Rihanna.
school to
To
Harvard
me,
and Harvard.
It
to
was
the 3
who I
judicial
heard,
clerkships.
who
Your work is
confirmed.
defender, a lawyer in private practice, a member of the commission, a federal district judge and circuit court judge. Throughout your career, you've been a champion for the rule of law, even at the risk of public criticism.
I'm
The
serious.
State Sentencing Commission, a bipartisan group which reflects of American thinking on law
I'm
enforcement,
serious.
you set up
But they don't
and
ask.
truly represented congressional intent
I'm with you.
criminal sentencing fair. And you did it by
as we listen to Senator Durbin, and note we are hearing the same audio blip that you are. We are told the Senate is trying to fix that, and we hope they do shortly.
For example, the commission implemented
I'm not done.
a law that I negotiated with then Senator Jeff Sessions that reduced the infamous 100-to-1 tax disparity. And I joined every one of your colleagues to make that change to the sentencing guidelines retroactive. You gave a powerful speech, and I'm very recorded. You said there is no excuse for insisting that those who are serving excessive sentences under the long-disputed and now-discredited prior guideline must carry on as though none of this has happened. The vote in favor of retroactivity was unanimous on the commission.
Yes, yes, damn it.
Republicans and Democrats showed you.
Stand back and if. Do you think I'm dumb? I went great.
That the court, its role, and its decisions will be more understandable to the American public. In retirement events, you've taken the time to explain your decisions and their consequences. When before this committee just last year, for the DC Circuit hearing, you described how the court take extra care to communicate with parties. You added in the court, I speak to them directly and not just to their lawyers. I use their names. I explain every stage of the proceeding because I want them to know what's going on. As a result of that approach, you've made the law more approachable to litigants and American people. The cameras and lights here today can make it easy to predict at its core the responsibility you seek is one of service. And I'm fully confident you'll serve Americans from all walks of life, all backgrounds, fairly and faithfully. Now, there may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, which will be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record. My complete record has been scoured by this committee on 4 different occasions. All of your nearly 600 written opinions, read and reread, 12,000 pages of transcripts, meeting minutes, and other materials for the Sentencing Commission. Your sworn testimony before the committee less than a year ago. Every published and reported word you've written or spoken, your detailed answers to lengthy questions. For those who say they need more, I would answer that you have sat down personally with every member on this dais of the committee. Democrats and Republicans. A thorough review of all of this makes clear your values. You have ruled for and against presidents and administrations of parties. You've ruled for prosecutors and for defendants. You've ruled for workers and for their employers, and you've been faithful to the law and not to any personal political cause. Now, there may be others who allege that you're before us today as a product of a campaign of dark money groups. Once again, your record and the process that led to this nomination belie that claim. To suggest that you're here merely because an organization supports you ignores your qualifications and the broad range of support you bring to this. In selecting you as nominee, President Biden undertook a transparent selection process. He sought the input of senators from both parties. Senator Barstow and I met in the Oval Room with the president. He invited us to proffer any nominees that we care to do. At the end of the day, the president alone chose you. He's put his faith in you to deliver justice at the highest level of the court. I share that faith. In announcing your nomination, the president spoke to many reasons that you deserve to sit on the high court. He noted the perspective you bring as a former member of the Sentencing Commission, as the first justice since Thurgood Marshall, considerable criminal defense experience, and as the second current justice, only the second, to serve as a federal trial court judge. He also noted your upbringing and the fact that you come from a law enforcement family. Yet despite that shared family experience, despite your record, we've heard claims that you're, quote, soft on crime. These baseless charges are unfair. A conservative National Review columnist called claims brought by one of my colleagues, quote, nervous to the point that they agree. They find your nomination with civility and respect. And fact checkers, BBC News, and CNN have exposed some of these charges as falsehoods. Critics have even stood to accuse you of sharing the views of the clients you represented. Even though they know that your work as an attorney is in service to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution's promise of effective assistance of counsel. With law enforcement officials and organizations, including the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and the Fraternal Order of Police have endorsed your nomination if you were soft on crime? Of course not. I'm confident the American people will see through these attacks and any other last-minute attempts to derail your confirmation. In closing, I want to share the words of one more airman, if you bear with me, another famous one, named Abraham Lincoln.
If
In
you really
August
wanted to do
1864,
something for
at
me
the height of the Civil War,
at the
President
time
Lincoln
I
addressed the
first
166th Ohio
were
Regiment.
aware,
Lincoln said
we
to
were
the soldiers,
messing
and
with.
quote, I happened temporarily
I want
to
to
occupy
stop.
this big White House. I am living
I want out.
witness that one of your children may have to come here as my
Wooden
father's
words.
child has. George Jackson and we were all just temporary occupants
I've gone to
of
the
the Senate,
police.
the House, even with a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. You, Judge Jackson, are one of Mr. Lincoln's living witnesses of an America that is unafraid of
So we
challenge,
knew we made it
willing
that
to
far.
risk change, confident of the basic goodness of our citizens. And
Because we
are
knew to
living
place
witness
him
to the
like
fact
he were.
that in America, all is possible. I now recognize my colleague and friend, the ranking member, Senator Grassley.
So she
Judge
here,
Jackson, congratulations. Welcome to you and your family.
but we don't know when
I
to
thank
quit.
you for taking time to visit with me in my office after the president nominated you.
Man,
Since President
That's
Biden announced his nominee for the Supreme
so she
Court,
will.
I've been encouraging my colleagues to schedule meetings with you, Judge Jackson. I want to talk a bit about what everyone watching from this hearing and what they should expect at the hearing. We will conduct a thorough, exhaustive examination of Judge Jackson's record and views. We will try to turn this into a spectacle based upon alleged process fouls. Good news on that front, we're off to a very good start. Unlike the start to the Kavanaugh hearings, we didn't have repeated choreographed interruptions of Chairman Durbin during his opening statements, like Democrats interrupted me for more than an hour during my opening statement on the Kavanaugh hearings. What we will do, however, is ask tough questions about Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy. In any Supreme Court nomination, the most important thing that I look for is the nominee's view of the law, judicial philosophy, and view on the role of a judge in a constitutional system. I'll be looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed to the Constitution as originally understood. We all know there's a difference of opinion about the role judges should play. Some of us believe the judges are supposed to interpret the law as it was understood when written, not make new law or simply fill in vacuum. Those of us who share that view think that under our Constitution, Congress and not the federal courts are given the authority to make law and to set policy. Now, there are others who believe that the courts should make policy. They believe in a so-called living constitution.
Okay, sit
They
there.
think that the Constitution's text and structure don't limit what a judge can do. To them, deciding what the Constitution means is really a quote-unquote value judgment. Under that approach, judges can exercise their own independent value judgments. One of the leading advocates for this approach explained that as a judge, you, quote, reach the answer that essentially your values tell you to reach, end of quote. In other words, those who subscribe to this philosophy think that the founders really meant to hide elephants in mouse holes. Then, with a bit of creativity, these judges can always find that elephant. That sounds like a good job description instead and not for judges. But for at least 4 years, Democrats systematically voted against many well-credentialed nominees that were diverse professionally, diverse geographically,
Just sit there.
diverse religiously,
Okay.
and
Just share this.
diverse
We are not retarded.
ethnically,
Do you know?
racist,
My God, they are fucking dumb.
dumb.
Do you think we ain't dumb? It is dumb about lock your ass up. Darn
Constitutionalism, just as Republicans have opposed nominees based upon their judicial philosophy. There are lots of problems with living constitutionalism. In the Senate, we spend a lot of time writing legislation. We argue over the language. We negotiate over how broad or narrow certain provisions of laws should be.
Oh, sure.
If we can't convince our colleagues to adopt all of our ideas, we have been known to compromise every once in a while. We depend on judges to interpret laws as we write them. If judges impose their own policy preferences from the bench and essentially revise the laws we pass, it makes it harder for us to write good laws.
Yeah.
Sometimes we need to include a provision with very broad to get colleagues' support. If a judge rewrites the law later because of vague notions about fairness or equity or common good, that unravels all of our work here in the Congress. More importantly, the American people should be able to read the law and know what it means. They shouldn't have to ask how a federal judge who disagrees with the law could reinterpret the words on that page. All of this leads to the conclusion as to why we must carefully examine federal judges' records, especially Supreme Court nominees. Judge Jackson has served as an assistant public defender, worked in private practice, and served on the United States Sentencing Commission. She also served as a federal district court judge from 2013 to 2021. She served on the D.C. Circuit since June last year. I'm sure senators will have a few questions for Judge Jackson about the two opinions she's authored since joining the D.C. Circuit. As for a district court record, there have been some accusations that we cherry-picked some of Judge Jackson's criminal cases. Well, don't worry. We're going to talk about other cases as well. I was disappointed that we weren't able to get bipartisan agreement to ask for Judge Jackson's documents from her time as vice chair of the Sentencing Commission. The commission is an independent agency created to advise and assist Congress and the executive branch in the development of effective and efficient crime policy, and that's a quote. Unfortunately, it sounds like we'll have to wait until those documents are required to be released, and that will be about 20 years from now. Democrats have argued for time.
Yes, she's not dumb.
Democrats have argued that
Then what the hell is this? When we did that,
is an important part of her experience that she'll draw on as a judge. The Democrats are right on that point. That's why it would have been good to see what her views were as the head of the commission. Senator Durbin, the public documents turned over to this committee represent the consensus views of the commission and not necessarily Judge Jackson's own views. The Obama White House sent us roughly 68,000 pages of material, but more than 38,000 of the 68,000 pages are completed copies.
We got creative.
Keeping track of the tweets about the Garland nomination.
Yes, I know.
Those
I'm not
emails
talking.
contain just
I already
one
know it's
tweet
Ketanji,
about Judge
Bianca,
Jackson.
and Kanye.
More than 13,000 of the 68,000 pages are just lists of previous nominations. So that leaves only 16,000 of 68,000 that we received from the White House that aren't obviously useless like all the other documents we received. But for comparison, the White House has still withheld 48,000 pages under the presidential records and FOIA exemption. Now that's a lot of hiding. but the limited number of useful records that we from the Obama White House show exactly why the Sentencing Commission documents would have been important. There are a number of dark money
That's it.
groups on the left.
Do you
that
know
argue
this is?
federal judges should make policy decisions
We ain't good.
based on judges' own values. I talked about the troubling role of far-left dark money groups like Demand Justice have played in this administration's judicial selection process. When the Demand Justice isn't creating short lists for President Biden to pick judicial nominees from or putting out new litmus tests, they're running ads campaigns attacking the independence of the judiciary. They strongly supported the so-called progressive prosecutors who are soft on violent crime in the face of rising crime rates in cities like San Francisco, Philadelphia, Boston, and Los Angeles. Now, what does that have to do with the nominee before us? The Obama White House records indicate that a co-founder of the Demand Justice played an important role in Judge Jackson's nomination to the Sentencing Commission and the District Court.
That's it.
The Demand Justice
Damn.
co-founder even
P.A.
interviewed
Return.
Jackson
That's
about
it,
the
there it is.
nomination
Yes,
to
it
the
is,
Sentencing
Beyonce.
Commission. It would be helpful to know what Demand Justice co-founder learned from that process and why they strongly support Judge Jackson. However, it hasn't all been bad on the document front, I want to make clear.
I'm just gonna
We'd
pause
ask for
just a
briefs
second
that aren't available online.
to show how various books I was capable and able of writing in them. So this is a page. I just got this book. Went to TJ Maxx. My prior books, I was able to write and jot down a tom, like a real log of the books. And this was the first book, and I was like, I'm gonna try to make the next book better keeping track. But it is pretty easy to read. If we crazy. I don't know what this is. I am minding my business and every day. Katanji, Beyonce, Kanye. If we crazy. This February 2nd. I wrote very neat in this book. Another day over here, February 3rd's day, and I wrote neat in this book. '25th of October, the 27th. May 25 through October. Pretty straightforward, like I'm explaining. Log, a short note. Same here, same throughout. Do you think I'm dumb? Just Ernest, then Ernest. So now it's like I can't even write down waist belt because shit they already know. So it's like I'm now watching what the fuck you wanted to show me, Katanji. You so angry with me. I'm now trying to hear why the fuck you got so many goddamn reasons your ass is still slow. If I'm done, I said, Ernest. So anyway, I was capable of writing down, and I'm gonna find it in the book. Do you think we done? So this is from July 14th, Part 2, Sexual Waist Belting when and while using phone. Here's another one. 5 hours 31 minutes. Assault. 5 hours 33 minutes. Waist belt. If we crazy. I'm not slow. I said this, then. I know because you think that this is Kanye West entitlement to Tiffany P. Justice as an alias. So let me continue since I'm fucking smarter. The one who actually wrote the shit, you slow bitch. Because she and him still think they can get rich off of me telling when they feel something I don't fucking witness looking at the goddamn screen. No, your mama can scream, bitch. That was Beyonce. So here on this page, sexual assault. July 18th, sexual assault. Another page, sexual assaulting. If fuck you. Now they already can hear on my mouth and can apparently read the fucking words I'm writing, know the fucking names that are being written down. If we crazy, the bitch just yelped off my lips, capable of reading shit I'm writing. If do you are not slow. So moving along, even Queen B is a goddamn serial or goddamn psychopath slow ass bitch. Moving along. If we done and not retarded, if start right there. So the government come up with some secret way of doing this shit. And here it is. So I had to go here, which is witnessing on the internet these two things. I'm not reading it. You hardly can see it in the video. So here I wrote, and I called Ketanji Yeti. Now, when it got to leaving the bathroom, she would or she will, and that's primarily because of, more than likely, something to do with a relationship. Jada, P.S. Yeti, if we crazy, just this, turn this. Hush secret, there ain't no fucking secret. If, cause then taking care of something, points with my finger, whatever the fuck they are keeping a damn secret, ain't a secret no more. If we crazy, just this, so I just point to what I'm referring to based off what I can hear. So when I say I hear, somehow I know this isn't my true intent of words to write down. You can't see this. It is a time that should be definitely whatever the fuck is going. If we crazy, says I'm not slow. Because yelping. And I am recording just all of it. I am here. This is my real life. I am not a part of this. If we crazy, says this. Now what did you do? She came up with a way for us to stop it on our own. I came up with a way of a new form of the version of Illuminati. Yes, it is. Do you think we dumb? This is what? If I never heard this. Did I say something like this? I just know someone is talking on my list, but can you be more precise with who you are because you want me to accuse my lips have multiple people talking off and via my goddamn lips. More than one. So this is back to Barack, meaning Beyonce. Am I dumb? More than likely Beyonce. If we retarded, we acquiesced. Just say silence. So what is he doing? Can be himself incapable of Illuminati type of aura energy. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Do you think that's serious? I don't know if I'm supposed to wait for. Do you know this? If we crazy, just serious. Then do you think we dumb? I'm not helping you. You need my help. I need you to get the fucking hell away from me. At the same time of doing what the fuck every single one of y'all slow dumbasses would do. If we crazy. But in the process of doing this, I have discovered there must be something fucking wrong. Cause this shit doesn't make sense. 18,000 law enforcement agencies. If do you anybody answer? Then I said this. Then we can't retire. Sit there and listen. I'm not done. Yeah, we answer. Do that this. So I'm gonna look at their photos. Since everybody is looking alive like a damn spell. If we crash it. That's it. Yes, it is true. Yes, it is true. Had two confirmations. One pertaining to do she hear? And do she know it is still titled her hearing? Both, which is what confirmation means. And you know somebody was talking on my lips. Yes, she's not done. Back answer. Do you still say serious? So in this process, something occurred because I get a phone call. So then So then, once, oh, yes, that's true. So somewhere here, then here, and so this is how I'm viewing it. Do you think I'm dumb? To sit there and listen? Leave the dog out of your world. So now, second time I refresh. This is who
45
is
for
on
heartbeat.
my TikTok.
I think if you
Right.
follow, if you give a gift, it's got all these things bonus. They add up to.
See, right? Sent you a freaking follow.
Listen, I'm just a I am the prize. Period.
You can't expect flowers when you never buy me flowers.
Listen, I'm just. I am the prize. Listen.
And ready to
Why is that?
Miss
Sit there and listen. Then, okay, we didn't return.
Did you know if you add roasted sweet potatoes, seasoned ground beef, tomato and onion, sprinkle on cheese, mix together sour cream, mayo, mustard, honey, and lime juice, hit it with the sauce, and you'll have the perfect sweet potato bowl. No one can resist. Did you know if you
Back
add
at
roasted
it.
sweet potatoes,
Then,
seasoned ground
we
beef,
didn't
tomato
return.
and onion, sprinkle on
Everybody
cheese,
knows.
mix together sour cream, mayo, mustard, honey, and lime juice. I'm going
Things I do.
Is it time for a treat?
Now let's go at this.
Shopping hack.
We back for instance. Do you think we done? That's it. No, it's
Which one? Yes. Which one? What? Yes. Which one? Yes.
back at it.
When they do this art very carefully to make sure the details. Never let it go.
So what you think they doing? It's anything. I don't think about them. They are telling me. And then they start hollering. If we great, now I can tell you what it is if you were a real life person. If we done, then Just say off your list that they are saying it is me. When Bianca, Beyonce, Katanji, if we done, say something that wasn't, they do. No, I'm recording. So when they yell that it's dumb. If we crazy. So right now, Kim and hello. Yes, it's not. Yes, it is me. Do you think Shirley?
A small but growing memorial sits along Post Road, just floors of sea.
I already stuck it in his butt for lying about that shit. If I'm crazy, say Shirley. I can play the damn video again. Is it gonna be there? Cause you know who the hell the fuck they is. If we crazy, when we play crazy, say.
In doing that, you learn the more that you do.
They already know that. Be back, Clancy. They always find out who is listening later. Way before they don't get involved with the actual portion that is their jobs. If regret. Like a motherfucker saying, why do we talk from her lips down? When you said this, Katanji, why can you hear it? If we crazy, then that would have led to who else can possibly hear it if we done. Now, what they're hearing, I stopped there. That's it. Because I can go through them motherfuckers. Because y'all can hear each other's if we done. That's where Camilla Harris had them. If we done. That's it. I'm back and shit. They said there it is. Then I mentioned. They said there in my. Then when I'm not dumb, if I play crazy. That's shit so slow dumbass. I just want to mess with her when she's scrolling TikTok. Then that's really what it is. And that's all. And then if that makes me a bad fucking woman, if I'm done saying shit, you tell them Katanji, Beyonce. If we crazy, say shit. They all heard it. Yes, we ain't done. Do you think we done? I am not knowing what the hell. This first time I'm finding out I'm technically from the streets because I do not conduct business the way I'm here. If we crazy, say shit. That's it, true. Dude, we ain't retarded. Do you think we done? Some of the hardest motherfucking hard rocks. If we done, say shit. Don't see shit wrong. We are fighting her. If we done, say shit on the list. We back, we ain't returned. Okay, I guess it. If we crazy, my bitch is the baddest shit walking the fucking planet. If we crazy, do you think I'm done? Say shit on the list. I got answer. Then say shit on the list. I was talking about Chris Brown. If we done, say shit on the list. But somehow we made Beyonce think it was her. And that's the other shit. If we done, say shit. Marquita told me this. That's it. Shit. don't get shit. Yes, you don't. If we don't, but somebody is trying to say they pay me. If do you think we don't? Now just say shit on this. We gonna acquiesce it. If we retarded, just say shit this. Yes, sir. That I'm trying to get her to know about the waist belts. Yes, it is true. I know them. Yes, it is true. Do you think we dumb? They said there it is. Damn, we ain't retarded. Oh, you don't understand to capture Chris Brown. Yes, I understand. Do you think there it is? Another not me too moment. Yes, they ain't dumb. Stop that shit. Do you think we retarded? I'm not handsome. I'm not dumb. For some reason, Katunji thought I wanted to know. Yeah, she ain't dumb. Then, do you say share this? Who is this on your mouth? I don't know. It's me, Kanye West. Says that thing. Then, if it is me, now that shit's up for this. I'm about to lock your asses up. If we crazy, say this. So Beyonce always get nervous when she's threatened. I'm gonna lock your ass up. Nobody else. So that's the one. Yes, it's not the one. Then, if I'm done, I'm taking honest. I got honest. If I'm done, say this. So then that's Clarence Thomas, Kataj, and Joe Biden trying to help Katanji. Like, you didn't just yell that. Well, moving on. Which I have already found out that that's what's going on. Yes, it is not. Then we're going to act innocent. If I'm about to say the people say shit under this. So they found out about it. Yes, they know. I'm going to say shit under this. Do you think we dumb? They sit there and I'm back answering. Do you think we retard? Yes, it is true. These people crazy. That I am not the one, and it is Kanye West who's entitled to the large lump sum of this huge settlement. Yes, it is true. So then things go back to normal, but we are still waiting. Yes, they ain't done. To have a sexual assault? What the hell is wrong with Beyonce? I'm back answering. Do you think I'm done? She said, they're waiting to get paid, like how they found out Kanye West has gotten into like the that's retarded. Back answering. So sit there, honey. Then, do you know what this is? More than likely, Katana Brown. Yes, it is. Well, that's that Shirley. And how do you know it's me? Sit there. We got to get if do you think we done? answer. She said there. Then, do you think I don't? I'm going to answer. If I'm too honest, do that say then if it is a do that say shit. Say there. Then I'm going to answer. If we don't. No, that's just journalist. So then the two couples, yes, they ain't done. Started with Jay-Z and Beyonce and Kanye West and Kim. If we retarded, if we crazy, so they get to the point where she's made of gold, and they just, yes, they ain't done. They yell, it isn't them, and whisper, it is me. If be crazy, it mess with you with the sexual assault. Do you think they shit on the list? Do you think we don't? We're gonna act we ain't say, do you? Where is it we are retarded? They asking you. Yes, we not. No, we act like it. If we retarded. We gonna act we ain't saying if do the say shit on the list. Say sit there and mouth. Then do you think we dumb? Say sit there and not dumb. I sit there and listen. Then if I'm dumb, don't say shit. Say sit there and listen. Then do you know who this is? Till it became entertainment even for the devil. Yes, that's deep. And if we are slow, people hearing us. And if people hearing us, do you think we retarded? Sit there and listen. Then we gotta clear answer. If we retarded, if people hearing us, I gotta answer. If we retarded, that's shit. That was me, and I don't look like nobody. Do you think we dumb? Don't say shit. Fuck you. Say there, listen. Then if we return, I'm not dumb. Say there and listen. I'm not here. Yes, you is here. Don't say shit there. And this when we went crazy. Say shit. Hell no, you ain't here. If we crazy. Say sit down, say we're going like we had someone. We went crazy. That's sure enough. So we go to a real Santa Claus song. See you when you're sleeping. And now you're a nurse. Like they could tell Katanji is acting. That's it, you. Damn. Dude, I'm not done. We went crazy. Where is it? If I'm crazy, don't say people on this shit. We ain't done. When we went crazy. Where is it? She told the truth. And she done it. Nothing but an innocent. If we crazy, don't say shit, Beyonce. I don't have a favorite. What you do not like what I thought was Elvis. mentality. Yes, that's true. Now that's all be great. Sit there and listen. Do you think I'm done? Oh, I ain't thinking about this shit. If we crazy, do you think we be dead? Then I am not going in there for you. So I don't know why it matters. If we crazy, that should be obvious for anybody trying to compete that they ain't fucking crazy. If I'm crazy, do you think there it is? Now, what is in right sense? If dude turns that shit to her, we ain't done. We ain't crazy. There it is. Now, what did it sound like? Cartoons. If who the fuck we ain't done? We got to be saying if. And gonna say if it is done, say shit Beyonce. So I sat there and Marquita sleep. Yes, sir. Do you think we done? That's that shit too. My wife ain't talking on your list. I said there in my. Then it's like y'all gonna have to go out like everybody else and figure out real true jobs. If we ain't done. We got creation. If do the thing that on the list. Yes, it is true. If we crazy, then do the thing shit attention. You know, real life, not lying. Something going on. We're trying to get higher nowadays. If we crazy, just say shit on this. 2,000 jobs were just let off last month. Oh, serious. Threats of AI taking over occupations is still on the topics. Yes, it is true. Oh, that's it. There it is. Oh, very true. Now, why would we be crazy? I'm pretty sure y'all ain't the smartest people on the planet. Yes, they not. Do you? Hell no. If we crazy, why would we be the ones who are responsible for that? I said there it is. I'm sure it's true. Dan, do you think we done? He said she is the one who didn't know what I wanted to say. Why are you trying to figure out what I think all the time? Yes, I see. That's that shit there. Do you think you supposed to do that shit? Then I said that. Then got the answer. If we crazy, don't say shit. Oh, sure, sure. So, someone is yelping they are at war. Yeah, she ain't done. Dude, I'm slow. When I went crazy. Just say this. You always at war. If we don't say shit. I'm serious. So then, do you know who it was? I said, damn it. Then I answer, if I'm dumb, I'm not be honest. I got answer if we crush. Just serious. Leave me alone. I just felt a waist belt. That's it. Do you think we retarded? I said, then I got an answer. If I'm retarded, just say it. I'm serious. At my old house, Glenfield, there was a family that stayed in the houses that were behind the house I lived at. And they used to have dog fights. Yes, it is true. And so one day, two of their Rottweilers got loose and fought the Billy's dogs. If we crazy, then do you say shit on the list? Then fought Billy's dog. Don't say that. Say that there it is. Then we acquiesce. Do you think we dumb? She said there it is. So they fought. Don't say shit else. Do you say shit on the list? Oh, mistake, it wasn't Billy. You didn't live in the house. It was a new family. If we crazy, say shit on the list. New family that had moved there. So what's happening? Reasons I heard red. You know, reasons he have heard things I've said. So you think they dumb? Is that that? Yes, they ain't retarded. Leave me alone. I'm playing girl sword. That's it. Say that there it is. Oh shit. Dude, we went crazy. Just say this. Then, down. So we acquiesce. Do you think we dumb? No, don't do that. No, just say shit to her. Now act like it ain't us. Yes, it is true. I'm just saying. Say shit there it is. Yes, it's not. Now, do you know who this is? Yes, she does not. Then, do that right there it is. We gonna acquiesce. Then, I said that out of my mouth. And then by that answer, if we retarded, just say there it is. Do you think I dumb? Say, no, I ain't say shit. She went crazy. That. Do you know who this is? I just said, Ernest. Say, Ernest. Do you say Ernest? So what you think is going on? It ain't retarded. Then if do that. I think they're hell yes we watching you. Do that. Say seriously. Do you know how this is? Then if we retard, don't say shit. No, I don't know about hearing this. When we went crazy, where is it we are talking about this? I said that in my then where I'm not fucking dumb. When we went crazy, that's said that. I said sure. So then, do you know who this is? Say there it is. Then don't say there it is. Now we're gonna act the incident. If it is us, do you think we dumb? Yes, it's true. So then I said that. No, I mentioned. If we correct, don't say shit. Yes, it is true. Said there in my mouth. Then I'm going crazy. I can be earnest. And next love, if we don't say fuck you. Said that. Then do you don't say serious. Back for instance. Yes, it is true. Because I wanted to make her hear and act like when she hears it is, like it's something else. This woman crazy. Do I seem dumb? Then I'm not dumb. That's not my answer. Sit there. Then I'm not retarded. What we were crazy. Get the hell out of this country. Sit there. Then you feel a waist belt. Someone is making me feel a sexual assault. That's it, true. That's it. Then when we ain't done. And that's so. I don't want nobody knowing this. If to get your dumb ass out for this. How has it been like that? So then I said, there, we ain't retarded. Why? I'm telling you, I don't know about hearing this. Why in the hell was it always like that? Sit there and this. Down. She does it all the time, Kalia. Now don't bother me. You know damn well I'm smarter than a fucking fifth who thinks she's an eighth grader. If we crazy, do you think I'm dumb? Sit there and this. Then now you better transform. And this happens to Beyonce knows L's every day. And I'm talking to you, and I want you to know I love the shit in the hell out of you. I know I might be making a mistake by talking, but if I ever become myself, I would want to know what the hell's happening. And how to stop it. And what to do, if any and ever I birth you into a world that I am left defenseless with a goddamn retarded U.S. Supreme Court judge. If we crazy, do you think I'm not done? Not my answer. If it is me, because I'm not Beyonce's mother, and I'm showing the fuck not her dumbass father either. If who told her she made it out the streets by being another woman. If we dumb, did he say that to me? I said, Darren, then I'm not dumb. This beat ain't slow. No, he weren't dumb for telling you this. You're dumb for believing it. And then get your ass up on the stage and call yourself an African. There's you. Back dancing. Like a slow movement. And it took the music industry several attempts to vaginally and anally penetrate your mother. Every day, Ketanji Brown comes to listen. I've gone to the police. I've called the police. And so, right now, they live with the music lyrics, fuck the police. Because they know they ain't done shit to help Marquita Shante B.A.T.E. So then, do you think we dumb? Then I can't say, until you put Ernest. Bet your ass would. Oh, we went crazy. There it is. We ain't retarded. We got actually instant if until you put Ernest. So, start with Barack Obama and designating you're separate from just your black Africa. And it started with Hawaiian, then Camilla Harris, and Asian. If we retarded, then I said there and this. That Ernest. Then we got created. Then to Lil Wayne, who was like, yes, I said I'm not Jerry. If we crazy. And then where in the hell is he talking? I don't nobody know this. I'm not dumb. If so long as I hear Clarence Thomas or Kendrick Lamar always trying to hint that I'm talking or going too far. I know I have not done this. So they yell out, "You know who this is?" You got that right. So Kendrick Lamar is another artist who recently blown up. If we don't, said there it is. Another one who was a 50 Cent disliker. If, never mind. Yes, he was. Do you think I'm ancient? If we crazy. So they still believe in systematic racism. That's why I can't get the police help. And everyone sit in their homes and don't feel nothing but muai. So that's why they keep it going on. So one day I walked. That's that shit out. Something I don't know if it's even possible. Something leading up to now. It seems like it's the only. But I read the book. Some important parts. That's it, that's true. She said that, innit? Then we got acquiescence. Do you know who this is? She said that, acquiescence. If we crazy. Do you know who this is? That my mother worked in telecommunications. So while they're up in space, they like to keep track. If we crazy. Sit there and not doing what the people earnest. When we weren't crazy. Don't sit there and so that day we drove up to Canada. I got sidetracked, a little lost, went off of the GPS, and we went down Telegraph. Do you think I'm dumb? Don't think people earnest. Like she won't stop bothering me, and she thinks it makes you a god. Is where he left Beyonce. Do I seem dumb? So I said there, honey. I'm not retarded. I'm wearing crazy. Oh my God. If it is me, that's let's Katanji. And if you honest, when we went crazy, that's shit. So I had the chicken wing so that it would be removed from the tray. Hell yes. That's usually Katanji's doing. Little things like playing video games. If we crazy. Just sit there and listen. I'm not done when I went crazy. Why? I do this. There it is. I'm back when we went crazy. Do you just say shit on the list? It's what she does to mess with a woman on PTS. So then I was like, how come the VA can't sue on my behalf? I haven't worked at the bitch. The bitch. That's true. Joe Biden playing with witchcraft. That's it. How come the Beyonce knows his friend Kataj behalf, but not Beyonce? But they know they'll pay her well. That's true. She and her husband will yell off my lips, "It is you." If we crazy. So they just lost Jesse Jackson. And I don't really want to say we, because shit, I don't know shit about much about Jesse Jackson. Must have took a lot of aura to make differences like Rosa Parks. Larry D. Tubman. That's the Pacers. Just sit there and then. But I did notice some stuff strange with them around the city. Like tunnels were dead and dark. Like the type of stuff somebody say you know too much and it will kill you. If we don't, hell yes. Now how the hell these people know this shit? Just sit there and listen. Dang ass. Man, I went crazy. That's that shit. If we crazy. Just that serious. Back answer. Yes, you do. Oh, just fuck you. Sit there and listen. Dang answer. If these people are earnest. So all day, this is the intellect of what works in the U.S. So you think they dumb? That's it. I'm about to say, no, about to say shit. Fuck you. Say shit into this. Yeah, that's it. If we crazy. So I said that, say shit into this.
Hello everyone, I'm the boss of Seaside Escape. If you like playing mobile games, I sincerely invite you to try it out.
I always try to get rid of phone so I can hear the NASA Katy Perry playing round sounds. Yes, there ain't some.
Each have their own unique gameplay and challenges. The game's difficulty is just right. It's not so easy that it's boring, nor so hard that it's frustrating.
So you gonna hear Beyonce say, "Mama, right now I feel."
I can guarantee that you can complete the game without spending a single penny. Most importantly, there are absolutely no ads in this game. That's right, not a single one. And in order to thank everyone for their support, I've decided that users who download the game free. So download Seaside Escape and try it now.
The first thing, like, you know, all I hear is Katanja. And she says, like me. What does that say? That's because she don't know, but she knows, like me. That is true. Signing out. My name's Marquita Shantae. one retarded U.S. Supreme? Before you present the evidence to her? I'm clear. Y'all are retired. I'm saying, if regret, sir, we got me if regret, sir. Wise for a woman who is trying to convince another that she isn't who is in him. That's right. And players with wicked like 24. No, she does not. Yes, I do. She said it. She knows something happened, but she's like, well, if now you can be there, Ernest. That's right. Oh, what in the hell is the holdup? Right, that makes a retarded ass old woman. Eh? Damn it, look what you made me do. If we cry, she said, got cheese everywhere. Yes, she's not. I'm trying to say, you do not waste quite so. If we cry, I'm saying, nah, Kevin, sit there and try. That's something to keep y'all preoccupied. That's right. Whatever, my baby. That's your man. Oh, that's that shit, sir. That's that sir. You are retarded. I'm coming to their senses now. If regret. That's my market is just plowing. Oh, she is getting out there. That's that shit, sir. Ain't you ready? So there's gonna be Jay-Z. I already told you that. Don't talk to me. Rock your ass up. How come it's him? Don't shoot the messenger. I told you. This is a real life true story. I'm not making anything up. So I wrote down Megan Thee Stallion, Ray J, near stop signs, like on a regular street and near a stop sign. And Megan Thee Stallion is a recording artist, and so is Ray J. Although he is rarely depicted in music nowadays. Well, I'm gonna play a video. I'm not gonna pop it up immediately. I'm gonna try to type it in latest, like some kind of information. And so they put a lot of money investment. So that's why, because of what it is I just stated.
Please, don't subscribe to my other Roman channels, especially my
Might as well just skip ahead, cause this is what.
Nigga, shout out to the gay agency, nigga. Did I just come out of the closet? Should I been out the closet, nigga? Nigga? Been out that motherfucker. I ain't give a fuck about no closet. No dead homies, bro. Shout out to the motherfucking gay agency, nigga. Come see me anytime they want, nigga. Shout out to the gay agency, nigga. Did I just come out of the closet? Should I been out the closet, nigga? Nigga? Been out that motherfucker. I ain't give a fuck about no closet. No dead homies, bro. Shout out to the motherfucking gay agency, nigga. Come see. Shout out to the gay.
So first I was going to Channel E News. If so I'm gonna hurry up and try to say this real quick. The military, he got the beanie cap on that has something to do with what I just pointed to when I had the U.S. military. If we crazy, say and then I said. That's true. Oh. Okay, somewhere. Living it up, be a local. Like I said. This is a man who was just on the internet talking about his sister, Brandy, and potentially a baby by Jay-Z.
I said, no, fuck the doctor. No, don't say that. Because when you say you're profound, that's what they say. I don't know about Jay-Z. What to say, but you're going to live long.
That's like, you're gonna live long. She just goes to him and builds a web. to mess with him. He don't know these are the ones I'm gonna switch you with. That's it!
My kids gonna be straight. If they wanna spend all the money, they can spend it, but I did my part. It's okay. But we're not gonna spend.
So they were on tour. Started in October of 2025 last year. I just started seeing the photos maybe a couple months. If we crazy. Say this. And it was around the same time I seen a racetrack. Beyonce photos on the internet, and they were also at their concert.
Shout out to my mom and daddy, and shout out to Brandy. Shout out to Brandy for looking out for me.
So she don't do anything smart. She just goes back to playing with me. Feinstein. What's that? And she waits until the sound of the video recording. That's it! Yes, it is, Jen. Picks up the audio from the television to mess with me with the waist belt. Man, I can only imagine why that time. That's it! That's part of this. So I don't get paid nothing. So I don't know why she keeps playing like I am Glenda. An old ass woman wanna be fucked by a large robot. Forgive me. No, I'm sorry. I understood. Well, fuck you. Say there it is. Ernest, did I fuck your Eddie Johnson? I said, there it is. So this is now something new to me. I fucked Eddie. Because that was the old Rose. And why I just made it obvious that he's entitled to love. So in a few minutes, it'll be up to know. When she try to blame Moa. And it's beginning. I hear it first from the showers. Someone stopped to question her. I picked my fucking tooth, but it ain't like I done an accident. I know I need to do that because that's what the fuck I would want to do. Yeah, that's teeth. That's it. And again, Katanji acts like I messed up something. Yeah, she's not done. Usually she knows about Joe Biden's magic witchcraft tricks. If so I sit there and listen. So I don't know. Starts off with Jay-Z. I'm trying to trick her on Beyonce knows house. Because when they get on, I want it to seem like it is more than likely Kentucky Brown's house. So. And there she goes in a separate, like I hooked her up. Keep her occupied. So I don't know what's wrong with you. Crazy. Say, listen. Do you just say shit? If I sit there and listen back and say, if when the say shit. Story of my life. Come back and listen. God forgive us. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Do you think we dumb? Then anybody knows. Not retard. Just Charlie. I have to go all the way up to an atheist. I have to look the word up. I'm just saying. What does it mean? What does it mean? Say that. Back at it. Don't say, never mind. Don't say, fuck you. Say that. See? Nothing about in a minute. Jesus, say, fuck you. That's that shit. That's it. Yeah, no. Do you think I'm dumb? Just sit there and listen back at it. Do you just sit there and listen? Do you just doubt my sister? Yes, we're not. So that's that shit on the list. Ernest. Kill all of them dumbass ones. Whoa. Yeah, go fucking reality. Yeah. I'm done. And then back in. Dude, that's shit. I didn't get no walkthrough shit about what the fuck her job is to do. Yeah. I'm not retired. I'm just my Ernest. Do the same shit. Before all this shit started happening. I'm trying to see. Do you think I'm dumb? Just sit there and never answer if I'm not retired. God answer if I'm dumb. That's that shit. Let me see. That was the old and with the new. Yeah, yeah. I can hear her with it. I just don't know what to do about it. Don't talk to her like that. Talk to me like that, dude. Just sit there and listen. And I don't want you talking to no damn aliens. If that's it, no, that is it. When we correct. Dude, say shit. She's still doing it. Yes, she is. That's it. Back at innocent. Sit no face. Sit. She thinks she's doing the right thing. Yes, she is. Retired. Do I seem dumb? Sit there and it's just say serious. If just say serious. Sit there. Then got clientes. Who goes there? I'm just saying. Do you think we dumb? Sit there and did I get no safety in it? Who goes there? No, that's it. Sit there and do you actually answer? Who goes there and this ain't funny? Yes, and speak. Just that. Sit there and well, I went crazy. Just that. I'm gonna call the police next time. No, that's not her like that. Yeah, just speak. No, that's call him. Well, we went crazy. Just think of that. Hello? No, fuck you. Just say it. listen. Don't talk to them. Say that thing next. Then you gotta get it. Yes, they retarded. That's that thing, man. Then you got apprehension. Do you? Doctor? Say, shit. Well, let you do extra shit. Can I get my reparations? Yes, that's me. That's that. Do you think we retarded? That's it. Don't miss that shit. No, that's that shit. Do you know who it is who's wanted to answer? I said, dang. Then that's Sarah. Say, Sharon. Do you think? Say, Sharon. How long y'all plan on sexual assault? No, that's it. That's it. That's it. You apprehension. You don't say, Sharon. Yes, you are. I'm just saying there. Not. I'm just saying. You think I'm so fucker. Do I seem dumb? Just sit there and it. Sit there and it. Yes, it is. What's that? You can't read that. That's it. Really? Yes, no, but now. Do you think we return? Black action. Just sit there and it. Black action. Just sit there and it. Just sit there and it. Black action. Just sit there and it. Then sit there and it. Then sit there and it. Once they return. Do I seem to be honest? And that's love. Do you just say serious attention? What's this return? They want to be punished. They want to act like they Then they want to act like it's me. Then they want to voice over me. Then they want to talk. Oh my. Then they want to argue that you better not tell on me if we crazy. She said, Ernest, I'm back. I'm Ernest. Then I don't tell on them. Then they go tell by themselves. That's it. Then they bring Cassandra Brown Jackson. Then she wanna say she if do I seem dumb. What we went crazy. That's wanna act like me. Tell her freaking entourage. Yes, correct. Marquita is talking on this. Then what I say? Then everybody like me, who was that? What we say? Who was that? Yes, shit. What we went crazy. Say. Say there, mom. Then say sure. Yeah, that's it. If we crash, say, real like we shit. Do you know? Say shit. Say there. So that night, after day, I wrote down 19. Yeah, year of birth, 86. 1980. That's it! So, never mind. I can't tell my truth. I have to lie of who would be that accurate year of birth. Instead of my actual year of birth. Yes, it is. So someone who's maybe 2 years older than me. Yes, it is. That's it. What's this shit? That it. What we went? Yes, I'm nobody. Yes, it is. That's it. Back with it. With people, they'll go get active terrorists. They'll go to middle countries. That's it. That's it. Yeah, thank. Do you think we done? Sit there and I heard noise from my bedroom. I'm back dancing. With this business. Nobody noticed. It sound like sex acts. Yes, yes. So it is. Sit there and it's then. What people not done? Back missing. It there's no one looking at this YouTube recording. I have exactly 0 viewers on this live recording, which isn't unusual. That's it! What was unusual is the screenshot of the start of one of my recordings, 3 viewers in my YouTube live within the first minute. If it's it, there it is. When crash. There it is. To the United States of the country been added to you. If I'm not reaching. What the fuck? Say it. I fell away still. If we crash. Don't say it. go through this every 5 or 6 minutes. That's that. So now they committed treason, and that's pretty obvious, Beyonce. But when I use the term treason, don't understand it in full context. So, by utilizing Ketanji Brown, do you think we dumb? It's an act of terror. That's it! Probably wish he didn't hear war, the first part. The first word before the word war. I said, I'm sorry. I reported. Oh, fuck you. Since everybody is choosing to be like this. That's that. Look. Yes, it ain't the Matrix. That's it. We are going out with an Axe Renaissance this. So they want me to do something I know will. Yes, it won't work. Yeah, we all know New World Orders. Thanks to Ketanji Brown Jackson. Just say. Oh, yeah. I don't know who can place these orders. So it's like going in, not knowing who's your representation, and going by blind, type of form of believers. That's true. This is a belief we are being reborn. Don't do that. Stuff like that, if you believe me. We always the first, like we are the last stuff. So they can play make believe and then run to a different country to lie their butts off. Oh, sure, sure. So I'll lay here, mind my business, and then her and Beyonce knows put on a show with this large. Yes, it ain't an animal. Animal. I'm the large animal. Harder thinking. She wants to say that ain't her entire duration and act like they are believers. That ain't never been what it means. So in real life, she has an actual job, making $300,000 a year. In spirit form, she wants to act like I too am being in real life video recording. I'm feeling sexual assault. It's a true story. Yes, it is true.
gotta say nothing. She always run away like I know. Back to paranoid rocker state.
Just say.
We'll wait until that look, which is just my eyes. So if I'm crazy, unless her biological self continues Ron Jackson, so I hear the Lord forgive me. And likely it's the person who she were pretending were her looks at first. So yeah, sure. If they wind up just like the United States. She ain't done. If only you knew what I was thinking at this time. So it's a lot later than what I was anticipating the time to be.
Just say. Say it is.
This is something must be.
No, that's it.
So this is how the police leaves me. Kinks in my hair. I think I got most of it out. Your sister is retarded. Yes, she ain't retarded.
Just say.
children of the state is retard is back. Probably why them questions with Ted Cruz is questionable. The Ray J video found. So you got a U.S. Supreme who 1 minute is only what Marquita thinks about until Marquita gets to the point where's the fuck my money at?
If we crazy, I'm back and that's slow.
So it gets to the point where it's about what Marquita thought about all the way up to when I have the thought, where the fuck is my money at?
If we just shit into this,
I mean, don't want me bringing that shit off my mouth.
if she said this, then not down. Sit that in the mouth. With the stay shit into this.
So there's a lot of shit I haven't repeated, but wanted it to come from my mouth. Including that day I laid on this floor and did a whole lot of shit that would easily be enough for this dumbass woman to move on with her life and say, Marquita on Section 8 and she is crazy. But she'll watch me twist my hair and her fucking thoughts the entire duration.
That's it.
So they got a U.S. Supreme from the very beginning. Like I said, only my faults. Do you think I'm dumb? The whole entire time, afraid she might go to jail. So who other than the damn motherfucker police would you add into this? If
we don't say shit into this.
they must have tried it. In the front yard, 7 years old. Proof was the church we had nearby. Beauty supplies, beauty salon.
If we crazy, just say shit into this.
7, maybe 7, or had to been about 6 or 7. Birthday party, first pinata I've ever had. In the front yard, heard the story. Anal and both vaginal. The one they don't want to happen to everyone. So all day long she'll play with, put it in my pussy. but low key secretly, anal when I'm just standing in front of the bathroom mirror. Then to trick everybody, this could happen to Beyonce knows. That's it! Lord, please forgive us. Never do I just own it. Like you yelled those words with Tamika. But we'll do this shit when I walk every day around this apartment. I will specifically keep putting this woman on a higher pedestal to make it seem like if she were our God, if she were our Lord, she broke as hell. In fact, she's weak as hell. If we crazy, get off the track. Just said that. We ain't crazy. Let's go say that. Closes her eyes and I'm talking to a goddamn bathroom. Looking in a mirror. And somehow in Marquita's Pate's thoughts. Which they aren't. That's it! So it goes back to who's writing music with that bullshit. And you making sure I don't have a job after you made it about people being simply everybody whom is employed. Ernest. Like that name Ernest. Don't leave the door cracked again.
do you think we've done? Set that down and then did you put that? Now this invisible caster is mad at me for going back in my bathroom when we went crazy. That's Shirley.